times that it's always the same issue. We need proof of treatment.
I think they've been faxing between you guys, so you should have documentation of that. My intake appointment is for the 22nd of this month. It's
So Billy, if you have a fax here from Seymour.
I don't think I've had that. I'll just defer to the court for your review.
It's tell me a little bit about what you've been doing.
just working. I've been trying to find a day off to get everything taken care of. I managed to do that all in one day. But it took a little bit for them to get the fax to you for some reason. It should have been faxed over last week. I don't know why it wasn't.
Well, it looks like you're starting to approach the process of getting the evaluation. But do you have an evaluation scheduled, or do you just need to?
The 22nd.
When is it?
The 22nd of this month. Thursday, I think it is.
And it looks like they want a number of things from you, including your police report.
I think all that was faxed over. I do believe they said, I called yesterday here and they said all the requested documents were sent over.
It's usually pretty much up to you to get that. I'm looking at the last page, required information.
Okay.
That says, for example, DOL 5-year driving abstract, get from the Department of Licensing.
Okay, so
And
I'll have to get that.
Drug VAC levels must be found in the police reports, and 2, defend a case history, a copy of the police report obtained from your attorney. Why don't, that's what I'd like to see is people get proactive and do that themselves rather than rely on other people. Hey, do that for me. That's okay. So I think we can certainly we can help you out a little bit. Give you a copy of your the police report. That's it. But however, that would have to be redacted through Mr. Dilley pursuant to court rule. So my excellent assistant is way beyond me. She tells me that she stepped up for you and did the furnish the information requested. Mr. Wangalewski, why don't we do this? Why don't we set it this matter for another review? Let's take, how about November? It'll give you a little time. What I'd like to do is have you get started in that. We don't know what they're going to recommend. I may not recommend anything except a alcohol and drug information school, 2 classes. We don't know that yet. Okay. But what I want you to do is follow through. It's been kind of a long road here, but follow through. And hey, it's just a hoop you got to jump through, and it's hopefully going to be helpful in your life. Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you in November, and hopefully we'll have good news. The CMAR, they know to make sure that we get and they'll have you sign a release of information, ROI they call it, so that you can do that.
I apologize for taking so long.
Hey, that's a better late than never. As long as it's done, that's all that matters to me. November 3rd, 8:15 in the morning. I'm signing the order on today's hearing. Now today, you can get a copy of today's order that'll have your court date on it by going not to the left, but to the right. That's as you leave the courtroom, and they'll have a little shorthanded today, but that'll give you a copy, and then you'll be able to be on your way. Mr. Wangalewski, thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself, and hey, you're well on the road, and my hat's off to you for that. You take care of yourself. Cool over that way. On left. Ma'am, if you'd step forward and have a seat. And if you would, speak up, identify yourself by name for the record.
Barbara C.
Barbara C.
SEAY.
How are you?
Fine. And I don't know if you guys got the email yesterday or all of that, but I have the paperwork that you, okay, perfect.
So Joey, I'm looking at a treatment compliance status report filed August 31st. That would be
Fantastic.
yesterday, saying everything is yes, compliant, satisfactory progress, maintaining abstinence, sober support, financial compliance, everything looks like it's A-okay. We have a recommendation from our probation monitor, compliance monitor to revoke, but with this in hand, maybe the city has a different.
Yeah, does it say how long?
I have to go for 6 months. It's a 6 month.
Okay, well then why don't
Twice a
we-
week, 6 months, $400 a month.
why don't we then calendar, good job keeping up with that.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and
November.
calendar it at
November work, you think?
sure.
It says assessment is completed, in-group first update, that's scheduled for September 7th. So it's not, you're just getting started now,
Well, last time I came, I didn't know I was supposed to do this.
money.
So
money is-
I thought I didn't get the report and I thought I did everything. And then I went to we moved the date back to this month because I went to California in August, and all three of I took my 3 grandchildren to see their other grandparents, and all 3 of them and myself got COVID when we were there.
Oh,
So
swell.
it extended our stay in a hotel away from everyone in California. That's why I didn't get everything taken care of until,
How's everything going
Yesterday.
now with COVID? Everybody recover?
oh yeah,
well?
though
Good.
I only was sick one day, but my 12-year-old grandson, he was sick for 3 weeks. The other
Oh,
2
boy.
little ones, they were sick for about a week.
It
but
seems to affect everybody differently.
Yeah.
Some people completely asymptomatic, other people it kills them.
I
So
thought I
that's-
was gonna die for one day, but the next day I kind of.
Fortunately, you're here and did not.
Yeah. But
You
that's
see-
why it took so long. That's why it was so last minute that I got it taken care of, like the day before board.
That's the important thing, better late than never, just as long as it's just one of these hoops you have to jump through, part of the
Yeah.
process. And the idea is do everything we can to keep you from putting yourself in the same position again. Some education is part of that. I'm signing the order, resetting the matter to November for another review. We'll take a look at it then.
It's a 6-month program.
Yeah.
Do you want me to, I'll come every month? for-
No, what I want to do is see you in November, and then as long as we're still getting the reports, yeah, I ordinarily would want to see it all, except it's been a delay. in the
Yeah.
thing, but no, if everything is A-okay the next November, we'll just monitor it, and you won't have to look at me again. So, Chrissy, I
And you
wanna-
won't have to look at me again, hopefully.
hey, Chrissy, thank you for appearing. And again, you can get a copy of today's order with your new court date on it by out of the courtroom, and not to the left this time, but to the right.
Okay. Thank you.
You take care. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
We probably have some people on. Wherever darts are. Go ahead and bring him up. and, Mr. Dart, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So far, so good. It looks like I have a report from our probation compliance officer that we don't have any treatment report since June.
Yeah. So what happened was my company in Battleground I was working for, they canceled our insurance. They sold out on us. The new company took over. We had nothing but issues getting insurance going, and Columbia Treatment Services was going to charge me $250 a week to go. I could not financially afford that, so I stepped out of that program due to the fact I can't afford it. And then as soon as I got insurance, I found out that they didn't accept my insurance. And so then this is a big old story here. So then my house that I was living in Battleground, they put it up for sale. So then we had to move it. We just moved to yesterday down or back up north to Centralia. So I am actually have an intake appointment scheduled for next Friday with New Directions in Centralia, and they accept my new works insurance.
New Directions is an excellent outfit. We have a recommendation that we give you 30 days, but it sounds like you've got a good reason for not for dropping out of compliance. Mr. Deli?
I think that is a legitimate reason, the fact that he's got an intake schedule. I think that's, why don't we see where we're at in a month?
Mr. Dart, yeah, it looks like you've given it your best efforts. You haven't let it go. You've been trying, and you have something scheduled. So how about November, Mr. Deli? Would that be okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Why don't we take another look at the situation at our November court date? That's November 3rd, I believe. And if everything is in good order at that time, we won't need to have you waste your time showing up for court.
Okay.
Sounds
Thank
like
you, guys.
life is going well. Otherwise, I trust you sound healthy. You sound well.
Yeah, I'm still sober. I'm going on 2 years sober now, and I love treatment. Honestly, it's opened me up to a different part of my world, and now I'm working on my mental health stuff. I didn't know I had mental health issues due to the fact that I was abusing alcohol and drugs. So it's just an eye opener.
Co-occurring, that's a word I hear a lot of times. And yes, self-medication with alcohol, with other substances, less fortunate. That's a thing that I'm glad you're dealing with. You sound well, you sound healthy. I look forward to talking to you in November.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
How do I update my address?
Okay, yeah, if you have a new address, we're gonna have to mail you a copy of today's orders. So
Yeah, I have a new address.
instead of putting it on the public record here, what I would like you to do is call the office and
Okay.
as a voicemail, or there's nobody in the office now, but if you leave your address on voicemail, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dart, thank you. You take care. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Do we have anybody else? Well, common occurrence, we have court and people don't show up. So. Well, I guess we can go off record until. Please. Going to deal with the no-shows on the 8/15 compliance calendar. First one would be Jessica Marie Dagunia.
How about $2,500 cash or bond?
So ordered. Next will be Robert Bristow Irwin. Again, that's one of these DUIs with no assessment, no victim impact panel, no ADIS.
$5,000 cash or bond?
So ordered. Next would be Timothy Higgins.
Reckless endangerment. 5,000 cash or bond?
It sounds like the problem is allegedly meth. So 5K cash or bond. Kelly Lenz, docket numbers 5 and 6.
There's an indication on the calendar that she may be in intensive outpatient. IOP?
I don't have that on mine. Is she?
You're supposed to be doing treatment.
Oh, it's supposed to be in there. Well, for heaven's sakes.
There's about a mile and a half between supposed to be and is. So
Yeah.
that was,
How about, on this one, 5,000 each? Cash or bond?
Honey, do we know whether she's, in
Us-
or
We
not?
haven't received any.
If we haven't, 5,000 sorted,
Well, it looks
5K.
like bond was posted, I don't know if we, in number 6.
It's in full blown. That's right.
Okay.
Five, 6, and 7, 5K each.
Yeah, please.
Next would be Josh McCrevin,
5,000 cash or bond?
given the DUI, 5K cash or bond. Zenoia Vane Nelson. Melmis, end of an SOC,
Hasn't paid anything, a new violation, 2,500 cash or bond.
so ordered. And that would be it.
Docket number 2.
Jessica DeGunia. Did you have a question? Yeah. Well, she is. Hey, Brett, Jessica DeGunia just showed up.
Oh, wonderful.
Mr. Gunia, good morning. You would appear to be muted. If you'd unmute your case, we'll deal with your matter now. Mr. Gunia, are you able to?
What's that?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can hear me? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So far, so good.
Good.
Asked you to appear for review. It looks like you were on one of these 90-day diversions on a theft charge. And one of the obligations to attend a consumer awareness class, but we don't have that. Have you done?
Yeah, when I left court the last time, I went up to the office lady right there and I filed it with her that same day.
I'm looking at a letter that says you were enrolled in the 8-hour theft awareness class on August 3rd.
Right.
Did you attend the class?
Yeah, I've done, I haven't actually completed it yet, but I have done some, few hours on it. But I was having issues with it and then we got it figured out. And so, but I did file that paper with her when I left the last time.
Well, I'll turn to the city. It looks like you're doing something, but you haven't attended the class yet.
Yeah, I believe this is the old program where we give folks 90 days,
Yes,
and then if they didn't, then we would just go ahead and file the case.
yes.
So I think, why don't we just go ahead and file the case? I think we're just gonna be in the same do loop in perpetuity.
Mr. Gunia, what the city is asking, now, again, this is an agreement between you and the city over which I really don't have any control. The city, given the lapse of time, this goes back to a 2017 case, has decided to just proceed with the prosecution of it. We'll set you for an arraignment hearing on the original charge of theft on, you were arraigned entered a plea of not guilty, part of a plea bargain, evidently. What we're gonna do is set you for a pre-trial on the original charge. Do we know who her lawyer was? Give to Dan or something. We'll send you an order setting the arraignment for October 3rd. For October 6th, we want you to appear then. The public defender will be here and will assist you with the matter. Any questions at all?
No, I'm good.
We send you a copy of today's order requiring your appearance. Now, if you don't appear, then that'll be in person. A warrant will be issuing for your arrest.
Okay,
I want to
August 6th.
you take care, and we'll see you next month.
Okay, thank you. Wait, no, what happened? Oh, get it.
We can use the. Oh, it doesn't. That's right. We're limited to reviews, sentencing, DAC or SCM, whatever the heck that means. Okay. Yeah, I see. You got it.
Let's scoot on in here. Your Honor, can you see and hear me?
Certainly can. Mr. Steven, good morning.
Good morning. I have with me Mr. Ray Bauman. We have some pre-trials on for this morning as well as an arraignment. We have a plea form ready to go, Your Honor, that I've gone over with him. There's one mistake I made, or actually something I forgot to add. We are going to have a $150 probation fee added on to that I don't think I indicated. But otherwise, Your Honor, we're on for 3 pre-trials and 1 arraignment. On that arraignment charge, we are going to stipulate the probable cause. We'll be entering a plea of guilty on that charge with an agreed recommendation for credit for time served and to stay away from the Burger King. And so we are ready to proceed. Upon successful entrance of the plea, as I mentioned, the 2 other case numbers will be dismissed. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, is your name Robert Michael Forgy?
No, this is Sean Ray Bauman.
So sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. Mr. Ray Bauman, I'm looking at the computer screen. I'm a bit of a computer dinosaur. I apologize for the error. Good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
For the record, is your name Sean Charles Ray Bauman?
It's Christopher, sir.
Mr. Ray Bauman?
Sorry, Sean Christopher Ray Bauman.
Yes.
Do you disagree with anything your attorney just said?
No, I do not.
I'm looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of, it looks like, criminal trespass 1st degree. And it looks like, Mr. Steve, you can correct me, one plea of to 1 count of disorderly conduct and a 2nd count of criminal trespass 1st degree. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. That is correct.
Hey, thank you. Mr. Ray Bauman, have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes, I think so.
If you had any question at all about what it meant, were your questions answered?
Most of them were, yes.
Okay, well, that doesn't work.
If they accept the plea, give up the rights to
You said for,
contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum of each charge,
yes.
regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor, we went over that.
Everything was fine and answered.
In paragraph 11, to be reflective of the elements of the offenses, Mr. Ray Bauman, as to one count of criminal trespass first degree and one count of disorderly conduct and a second count of criminal trespass first degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on March 27th, 2022, and then later on June 28th, 2022. As to those charges, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make that plea, those pleas of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty?
No, I don't think so.
Anything beyond the sentencing recommendation?
No.
No, okay.
Mr. Ray Bauman, I have the sentencing recommendation, which is basically credit for time served and the balance of jail time suspended. Is there anything you'd like to tell me or think I should know?
It kind of started as a bad joke and then I became a target.
Hey, Mr. Ray Bauman, I'm going to follow the recommendation on the first charge of criminal trespass first degree, unless Mr. Dilly has something to the contrary.
No, Your Honor, it's agreed.
This is an agreed recommendation, 364 days in jail. On disorderly conduct, 90 days in jail. On the second charge of criminal trespass, 364 days in jail. I'm going to give you credit for all the time that you've served in the meanwhile. Now the city is asking for a $150 court cost here.
For a probation fee, bench probation fee, 150. He's going to be able to pay it over the next year if they can put him on a payment plan.
If you're comfortable that Mr. Ray Bauman is able to pay that, I'll impose that. That was my concern.
Are you able to pay that?
Yes.
He says yes.
Mr. Ray Bauman, I don't like to keep people in jail, but you keep adding up charges here that I want to remind you that the keys to the jail are in your own pocket, so to speak. Stay out of trouble, stay out of places you're not supposed to be. Don't create a public disturbance anywhere, and you'll be out on the street.
Thank you.
Any
Your
questions?
Honor.
I'll be moving soon.
Mr. Steve, anything to add?
No, Your Honor. It popped up.
Success.
Yes. And then, no, Your Honor, but while I have the guard here, is there another person I'm supposed to be meeting with this morning? I was told there was only one, but now you mentioned another name.
Mr. Robert Forgy, and that's Mr. Haverco's.
Okay,
I assume Dan will be there too.
okay, fair enough.
There's another.
Oh, there's another attorney here. Okay, and so we're done with Mr. Ray Bauman, just so you know. Would you like him?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you
Mr.
can
Ray
vote.
Bauman,
Okay.
unless you have some other holds on you, you will be released today.
Okay, good luck
Thank
to you.
you. Thank you, Your Honor.
And the other attorney and Mr. Ford will be here.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor. I think Mr. Haverco will be here in just a second, and I will, I'll see you in court shortly. Thank you.
See you in a minute. Take care.
Thank you.
into the record cause numbers ending in 445 and 876. That's docket numbers 2 and 5, referencing Mr. Ray Bauman are dismissed. Good morning, Mr. Havercoat. And it looks like you're muted. You may have to unmute yourself and
There we go.
perfect.
So this is Robert Forgy. He comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. And I had an opportunity to speak with him yesterday about his case. And he would like to go ahead and enter a straight plea of guilty to the charge. I've reviewed a statement of defendant on plea of guilty with him and the rights that he gives up. And so he's ready to proceed.
Good morning, sir. For the record, his name Robert Michael Forgy.
Yes.
Mr. Forgy, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Havercoat just said?
No.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty. Tells me you're 32 years of age. Any issues reading, understanding the form?
What was that? He's asking you, do you have any difficulty understanding the guilty plea? No. Okay. No.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to the maximum, which would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine, this being a gross misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on June 22nd, 2021, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
I will find your statement in paragraph 11 that does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Mr. Forgy, the recommended sentence is 364 days in jail, credit for time served, jail time suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Is there anything you'd like to tell me or think I should know? I see you shake your head. I'll take that as a no. Mr. Havercoat, anything to add?
Nothing to add. He's just glad to, he didn't enjoy being held on the one hand, but we talked about the fact that, sometimes this happens when you don't make it to court. And so he's just happy to be in front of your honor and, take care of the matter and get it behind him. So he doesn't have any warrants on this thing or any outstanding court dates.
Hey, Mr. Forgy, let me tell you as well that I don't like to hold people in jail, but given the non-appearances and the issues involved in getting you to court, I felt that having set some small bail would be the only way of ensuring your presence. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition that you have law-abiding behavior. I take it there isn't any recommendation for any monetary.
No, the city wasn't recommending one. He's really hasn't had any visible sort of employment or anything financially in his favor for some time. So it's not likely that if the court imposed a fine, he wouldn't likely have any realistic short-term ability to pay it.
Mr. Dooley, anything to add to?
Nothing, Your Honor, it's agreed.
Mr. Forgy, I'm not going to impose any monetary penalty. There's just a suspended jail time, and in the future, the best thing to do is stay out of trouble. That way you don't have to go to court. But if you do find yourself in a position where you have to go to court, just show up. Just show up, or if you can't, and that happens, give the court a call. And the courts routinely reschedule matters, okay? Now, unless you're held on some other charge, you will be released today. Good luck to you. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Erica, thank you. Take care.
Okay.
Hey, Brent, could you sign off on the JNS for the?
Absolutely. Your Honor, I think you're in it. You're in it, so I can't.
Sorry. And so, well, we're just gonna have to do that because I can't close it without erasing it, so
Yeah, no
we're not
problem.
gonna, I'll just sign off on it. I'll take it, you reviewed it. and,
I reviewed it. approved
No
it.
objections.
No objections.
Wendy, I assume you're here for the 9 o'clock calendar. Shows for me. 9 o'clock. Who do we have for 9 o'clock? How about the pro se, Mr. Hayne, is he?
Yes, Mr. Hing has another minute.
I keep forgetting that the clock is about 5 minutes fast.
I can put the matter of Samantha Moran on the record, Your Honor.
Let's do that.
You'll see that there's an order of dismissal. And city's asking that this be dismissed without prejudice.
I take it no need for presence of defendant.
No, I indicated to counsel that if she wanted to appear, she could, but we would typically just handle this one. Also, Your Honor, number 3, that is handled by the same attorney. I said that we would continue that until October 1.
Presence waive to.
Presence waive. I'll go ahead and upload a continuance. Signature.
You're editing, Moran. Oh. The Lockett matter has been reset to October 6th.
Your Honor, it looks like I guess I'm wrong unless looks like there's already a motion to continue in the file that's signed by, looks to be signed by the attorney.
In the Killa,
No, it's not. Okay, good.
yeah, that's, I've got that. That looks like it has been signed. All concerned. I guess we can go block of number 5. It looks like Mr. Blanford is present.
That's correct, Your Honor. In the chat, I sent out an embarrassing chat. Yesterday I was pro temming and they gave me the judge's powers. And then today when I'm trying to sign the documents, it won't let me sign as me. It will let me sign as you. But that didn't seem appropriate. So that document isn't signed. So I don't know if your clerk can, for lack of better words, take away my power, or if the court wants me to say on the record that we're signing those documents. I don't know what to do here.
That's it. Being Mr. Blanford, being a computer dinosaur myself, I have no idea what happened. Believe me, it had nothing to do with me or us.
Well, no, absolutely not, Your Honor. And I think it was the right thing, because obviously yesterday I did need to sign for the judge, but today I shouldn't be. And so it's grayed out, so I can't click on my section.
Well, that's safe. Well, we're on record, so that's gonna, unless
That's fine with the city. Your
Mr.
Honor.
Dilly has no problem, and I don't have any problem either. So let's see.
Okay.
Yelm versus Dalton Punzel.
There he is, Your Honor.
Mr. Punzel is in the courtroom and having a seat at the council table. He's present in person today. Mr. Blanford, I'll defer to you for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is an agreed resolution with the city. We've agreed to a 6-month SOC with the conditions being a $250 fine and no criminal law violations. We executed an SOC in O Courts. We set out speedy trial 6 months. I spoke with Mr. Punzel about the rights he was giving up, the obligations he was taking on. We talked about what would happen if he completed this SOC, which would be a dismissal of the charge. And what would happen if Mr. Punzel didn't complete the SOC, which would involve you reading the police reports and based solely on that, making a decision of whether or not he was guilty of this crime, which would likely result in him being convicted. Mr. Punzel is very confident that he can complete these obligations to the court. The $250 will not be a large problem for him, and he's confident he cannot commit crimes for 6 months. So we're going to ask the court to accept this obligation, or this SOC. I believe he's making a knowing, voluntary, intelligent waiver of his rights.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Blanford. Mr. Punzel, good morning. For the record, your name is Dalton James Punzel.
Yes, sir.
I hope I pronounced your name correctly. If I didn't, I apologize.
You did, Your Honor.
I'm looking at a SOC, stipulated order of continuance. Your attorney has negotiated with the city an agreement where 6 months down the road, this charge can be dismissed, not go on your record as a conviction. You only have 2 obligations. One, stay out of trouble. That's the most important one. No criminal law violations. The second condition is a $250 probation fee. As long as you do that, charge will be dismissed without you having to appear further. However, as your attorney indicated, if you do violate the agreement and the city proves that, we're back to square one, and the hearing will be held based on the police reports, nothing more, and you know what the result of that would be.
Yes, sir.
Your attorney's put you in a position where the matter can go away without a conviction for a pretty serious gross misdemeanor. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. How was that $250 probation fee paid?
Well, how about $45 a month starting October 1? Is that going to work?
I would prefer to pay, I'll pay it today or.
That's your choice.
I would just rather pay it all at once.
They were a little short-handed today. There's nobody in the office that can accept a check, but certainly the minute you pay that, the minute you get to forget about it.
Understood.
Mr. Blanford, any questions at all?
None, Your Honor.
That concludes the matter. I'm going to just wish Mr. Punzel the best of luck. Incidents happen in life. That's just a fact. We learn from our mistakes. We're condemned to repeat them if we don't learn. And it sounds like, based on what you and your attorney have said and your demeanor, that you've learned from this situation. And this isn't a situation that's going to be reported at all, repeated at all. I want to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Concludes the hearing. We'll be sending you and your attorney a copy of this agreement. Good luck to you. Mr. Blandford, take care. Have a good day. And I have no idea what happened with the old court system.
I don't either, Your Honor. It's one of those things that happens. We just all have to be a little flexible with these things.
Take care. Have a good day.
Bye.
Nicole Kessler. Let's go to, we'll take that. Call the matter of Yelm versus Nicole and Kessler. It would appear that both Ms. Kessler and her attorney are present. Good morning, Ms. Mysak. I'll turn to you for the status of the matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's my understanding today we have reached a resolution. We are entering into an SOC. I thought I uploaded it to O Court. Apparently, it was not received on your end. I tried to talk to the clerk and it seems like there might have been some issues.
So I'm looking at it on the computer screen.
I
It's not
uploaded,
filled in.
yeah, so I've uploaded the form, but I think,
The terms of the form are not set forth within it, so but we can do that now.
but can you see the form?
I can.
No, I'm talking to
I wasn't. Let me try again. I guess if all else fails, is this court okay with affixing my signature to the bottom?
I'll defer to the parties. It's okay with me.
yeah, that's fine.
We can go ahead and I can keep trying to pull it.
Hey, what we can do is, yeah, we can proceed with the hearing, and what I would like to do is we will be sending both yourself and your client a copy of the completed agreement. And if there's any problem at all, simply let us know and we'll reschedule it for another hearing to correct anything that we don't have corrected. Is that
That's
good?
sufficient for us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is that?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have went over the agreement with Ms. Kessler. We have discussed it and its terms. She has stated that she understands that this is an agreement between herself and the prosecutor. Failure to follow could result in a conviction based off of police reports alone. So with that being said, she has agreed to enter into the 6-month SOC.
Are there any costs involved?
250.
And the boxes are checked with regard to law-abiding behavior and appear for court as directed. Ms. Kessler, I guess I'm going to return to you at this point. Well, it sounds like you've entered into an agreement under the terms of which down the road, this charge can be dismissed. It will not go on your record as any sort of conviction as long as you do 2 things. Stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, and pay a $250 monitoring fee. Now,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we're back to square one. You've given up your rights to go to trial, to have a hearing, to appeal if you lose a trial in return for this agreement. So if you violate it and that's proven, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know what that may well result in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your attorney has put you in a position where you can walk away from this without a conviction and no real sanctions beyond what I've already stated. Do you have any questions at all?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Now, what we're going to do is we'll send you a copy of the agreement. It's a contract basically between you and the city, negotiated by your attorney. I want you to read that over carefully and then contact your attorney and let her know one of two things. One, I don't like this, or two, I'm perfectly okay. Regardless, I want you to stay in contact with Ms. Mysak, okay?
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Mysak, any questions or anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Signing the SOC, you'll get a copy of it in the mail, and again, look it over and see what you think.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yes, sir. Good luck to you. You take care. Have a great day.
Hey, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Call the matter of Yelm versus Michael Shorb. I guess we have present Mr. Woodrow and Mr. Shorb. We'll call that matter now. Mr. Woodrow, good morning. Looks like you're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. Your client is likewise on the Zoom program. He is muted. Mr. Shorb, if you can unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. I'll turn to Mr. Woodrow for the status of the case.
Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. So we come to an agreement on a stipulated order of continuance for 2 years. I sent that document to my client. He's reviewed it. He's in agreement with it, Your Honor. We're going to ask you to enter that SOC. Thank you, Your Honor.
And would you tell me the terms of it? What are the requirements of Mr. Shorb?
Your Honor, I will. Thank you. Mr. Shorb is going to have to get a domestic violence evaluation, fall through with any treatment recommendation. He's already done that as part of an action out of Superior Court. And I believe he's due to start treatment soon. The SOC, of course, will last for 2 years. He has to pay a fine of $250. Part of that agreement, Your Honor, is that Mr. Shorb can't have any new law violations for a period of 2 years. If he abides by that, and the city has agreed to a no hostile contact order, he also has to appear for any scheduled court hearings. If he does that, Your Honor, then the state will dismiss the charges. But if he fails in any way, then he'll come back to court. Your Honor will review the police reports and find him guilty of this charge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Woodrow. Mr. Dilly, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor, and I've spoken to the victim and she's in agreement with this resolution.
Okay. Mr. Shorb, you're muted. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Woodrow just said?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Shorb, it looks like the parties, your attorney and the prosecutor, have negotiated an agreement under the terms of which 24 months down the road, this charge can be dismissed and will not go on your record as a conviction if you do certain things. The most important of those things, which were enumerated by Mr. Woodrow, to me, the most important thing is the DV evaluation and any compliance with that. We all have issues in our lives, and if we don't get them, they get us. And I'm glad to hear that you're dealing with this. If there's an issue, let's find out what it is and let's fix it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The other requirements are stay out of trouble, have no hostile contact with Brittany Lee Shore, $250 in costs, and appear for court at any time direct. Now, if you violate the agreement and the city proves you violated the agreement, we're back here at square one. We'll have a hearing, but it'll be based on the police reports only. And based on them, a finding will be entered. And you know what that would very, very likely be. So you've got a lot on the line here. You've also got a real good chance of having this matter dismissed, okay? George disappeared.
There he is. Sorry about that.
Sure, are you muted again?
Sorry, I don't know what happened. Yes, Your Honor, I understand that.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. I am aware of your record, which indicates issues perhaps in the past. I'd like to see you get that taken care of. Good luck to you, okay? We'll be sending.
Yes, Your Honor, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll send you a copy of this agreement. Your attorney will get one as well. And we'll want you to review that, look it over carefully. If you have any questions, give Mr. Woodrow a call, okay? Good luck. You take care. I'll concede to some computer glitches here. Mr. Woodrow, you take care. Have a great day. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
we'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Mr. Shard, you can sign off. That concludes the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shard's signature is not on the agreement, but however, he was suddenly I could hear the voice.
Your Honor, I received an email from Travis or from
Mr. Coker?
Yeah, Mr. Coker, and actually Tom Keenan is filling in for him. And he says he's having difficulty. He's not seeing us, or you guys see him? Oh, perfect. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
They're in the hallway or the stand, whatever.
Sure.
Zoom calls that these days. Your associate should realize fully that I'm a computer dinosaur and I'll need all the help I can get with navigating. Good morning. We'll call the matter of Yelm versus Travis Tobin. Mr. Tobin is here, as well as Mr. Kean. If you'd unmute yourselves, address your matter at this time.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ian, I'll turn to you. The matter's at pretrial status. I'll turn to you for how things are going.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Tom Kean covering this matter for Chris Coker. We have a resolution to present to the court this morning. So the parties have agreed to a stipulated order of continuance with a term of 6 months with requirements of attending all court hearings, no criminal law violations, not driving without license or liability insurance, as well as a total cost of $250. If he complies with the agreement, the court would dismiss the matter. He also understands if there is a violation of the stipulated order of continuance, he is agreeing to a stipulated trial based on the police reports alone without objection that would result in all likelihood in a conviction. So I checked with Mr. Coker, and Mr. Tobin had reviewed this document, and I had spoke with Mr. Tobin this morning to make sure that he had all of his questions answered and was ready to proceed making a knowing, intelligent, voluntary decision to enter the stipulated order of continuance.
Thank you, Mr. Yan. Mr. Dilly, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. It's agreed.
Mr. Tobin, good morning. For the record, is your full name Travis Randy Tobin?
Yes, Your Honor, that is my full name.
You disagree with anything at all that your attorney just said?
No, this doesn't raise anything at all. I'm just aware that I have to pay that $250 fine and the stay out of trouble deal. So I understand that, and I'm very appreciative of it.
I hope that is indeed the case. Time will prove that to be true or not. Your attorney's negotiated a way of keeping a pretty serious driving violation off your record, which would be horrendous in terms of your license and pretty horrendous in terms of your insurance premiums.
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm very grateful for that. I couldn't be more than grateful. So thank you.
Not to have any law violations and pay $250 in costs. I want to remind you that driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do. It's over the past almost 50 years that I've been involved in the legal position. I can tell you horror story after horror story of people that just driving a little bit. Well, we all did when we were young, but with disastrous results on some occasions. I want to wish you the best of luck. Take care. Drive carefully, in your own self-interest and for the safety of the public at large, and for your own safety as well.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will. I've learned a lot from this, and it's teached me a lot.
And of course, if you violate the agreement, you haven't given up your rights to a trial, and the attendant rights. We would have a hearing if the city proves a violation based on the police reports alone. And you know how that would go. So you have a little bit at stake here. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and we learn from our mistakes.
Yes, we all do, and I understand that, Your Honor, and thank you for telling me that.
Gentlemen, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Mr. Keon, that concludes the hearing. We'll be sending you and your client a copy of today's agreement. Mr. Tobin, read it over carefully, and if you have any questions or clarifications, give Mr. Keon a call, okay?
All righty, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Mr. Keon?
Take care. Have a good one.
Thank you, Your Honor. This was my only matter. Have a good day.
Have a good day, dude.
Your Honor, I don't know on the 10 o'clock calendar, just moving ahead here, if anyone on behalf of Ms. Sturdivant is on Zoom. Aaron White, it's indicated to me, is covering for the attorney of record, Matt White. Okay. We just have a motion to continue that been signed by the defendant. My guess is they asked if they could log on early, and I said that's not a problem. Sure. They may,
when they show up, we'll deal with it.
perfect.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I have to keep trying to close it. I get the window that says, hey. Oh, well. Is Mr. Hing in the courtroom? For the record, Mr. Hing is. We'll take that matter now. That's the last remaining.
All right.
Good morning, sir. You're representing yourself at this point. Have you had a chance to speak with the?
We have not, Your Honor. I don't know, Mr. Hing, are you going to get a lawyer or?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to contact the one that I had before and see if he's willing. If not, I will be seeking counsel.
What's been the I don't have the history here of Mr. Hing and this.
And I do apologize about missing my last court date. There's a bit of a communication.
Mr. Deli, here's the court file. So
okay.
If you want to review the considerable history of that.
So we're still at the pretrial hearing stage of this matter that's gone on since.
The case is getting a little moss on it. It's over 2
Yes,
years
yes.
old. It's,
Well, with this being said, I have not had a drink since that day.
that's the important thing. That's the important thing. All things in good time, but there's been speed bumps along the road to this case, but
Unfortunately, some of us learned.
So was he previously appointed a public defender?
no, did have a retained attorney that withdrew. And I forget who that was.
Jim Rusk through,
Oh, yeah.
Bradley Johnson.
Yep. The Bradley Johnson firm was involved.
I'm going to call him today.
Well, all these Smart Start reports appear to be before the date of violation.
Yeah, Smart Start, I haven't had that for quite a while.
It looks like here, I suppose, Your Honor, that certainly entitled to counsel can't afford them.
That's, Mr. Ing, yeah, that's, what we're simply gonna do is, you can't represent, the charge is such that I wouldn't accept a pro se representation with regard to, given the horrific consequences. In my view, this charge is more serious, it has more impact on your life than quite a few felonies. So that, what we're gonna do is give you a pretrial date next month, October, and hopefully by then you'll have at least appear, at least appear.
Yeah, if you refresh, I just.
Shoot, I just forget to read. Proceeding matter to October 6th, 9 a.m. at room 1. I'm signing off on the order of reset at this time. Mr. Ing, what I want you to do is, as you exit the courtroom, go to your right in the window that's over there. We'll have a copy of the order that they can give you. I want to thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself, and again, the most important thing is make sure you don't reoffend. And it sounds like you need to, you know what you need to do to avoid that. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Sharon.
I think we're pretty much up to the 9:45 warrant wash calendar. Your name is? You're Kelly Lynn. So that was, you're a little late. Ms. Lenz, good morning. We have a number of cases here. What we're looking at is treatment. Are you, where are you on that?
I called Alex and it's a walk-in appointment. But Monday they're closed, and after that, I should be able to go in. They asked if I could get a referral from you. I've been writing.
When did you walk in?
I haven't gone yet. I just called. Be able to make it that far. We're going there.
It's, I see it have new charges, assault for, contrast, malness.
Yes.
They look like they're pending. What's going on with them?
They continued it till October 16th, I believe, or
And
24th.
what court is that in?
Here's now.
Since all your cases go back to 2020, it's been a couple of years. You're starting to get towards a position where I'm not sure I have any choices except jail.
Okay.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Dillon,
agree, Your Honor.
That's,
I just,
Treatment if it's an issue, but I understand.
when's your hearing in Pierce County? October what?
October 24th or 16th. I'm pretty sure it's the 24th, but I'm having issues with my lawyer or whatnot. So.
And when it comes to court, pretty sure isn't a real good thing. If you don't appear, a warrant goes out for your arrest, and you always get arrested at the worst possible time. 16th. You're supposed to be in court in Pierce County on September 16th.
Okay, on my paper, last time I went in, they gave me a piece of paper and continued it till October.
Do you have
I do not have a copy with me, but I can.
do you have contact information with your attorney?
I'll have a number, yes.
That you better get a hold of your attorney, because according to the record in the case, the docket in the case, you're supposed to be there on September 16th. If that is true,
Last time she was not at the court. She did not stand in. She had somebody else stand in for her.
well, look, that's, I don't want to hear you blaming other people
No,
for
no,
it. It's up to you to contact your attorney and find out where you need to be and when. Now, yes, attorneys get busy. They have other attorneys fill in for them. That's just part of what the practice of law is all about. That's to set the matter, let's reset the matter to October. Ms. Lenz, we're gonna set the matter over to October, and I want to hear something a little more definite about treatment. We are our own worst physicians. We may think we're perfectly all right, but that's just not the way reality works. Especially if, with the number of cases you have here, and you're getting new cases in other counties, that's just not a really good indication. October 6th, 8:15. Now, I'm not going to ask you any other questions about use of this, that, or the other thing. After a half a century, I trust my eyes a little bit more than that. You need to take care of yourself, all right? And you need to find out when you're supposed to be in court and show up, okay?
Thank you so much.
Now, I want you to thank me by staying out of trouble and appearing for court as directed. You're here, maybe a little late, but good idea to be on time. Some courts don't understand that or don't accept that. They warrant one out, it's report to jail. But good luck to you. Now,
Can I get a piece of paper or print out with this number?
yes, you can. What you can do, you anticipated my next remark, as you leave the courtroom, go to your right and go to the window and ask for tell them who you are, and they'll give you a copy of today's court, okay? Pardon? Yes, you are good to go. Ms. Lenz, thank you. I'll keep those three files together. It has. We do have Riley Grimes. We do have Riley Grimes on. Ms. Grimes, good morning. How are you? You're muted. Could you unmute yourself? We'll address your matter at this time. Ms. Grimes, if you can hear me, you do need, there you are.
Sorry. Yes,
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
So far, so good. It looks like you're in warrant status, but you asked to quash your warrant. This relates to a hit and run matter that goes back to October of 2020.
Correct.
It's still at the pretrial level, but you didn't show up a couple of different times, and the case went into a warrant status. Mr. Haverco is there in the courtroom. I'll turn to him. He's here on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had an opportunity to discuss this matter with Ms. Grimes. Well, we have a resolution. I prepared a stipulated order of continuance. Naturally, we would ask that the warrant be quashed. She did have an assessment. I've shown that to the city, so the proposed terms in the SOC are agreed. And typically the city, when the original charge is a DUI, oftentimes they want costs for what the DUI, what it would have been if it were a DUI. And I asked her if she could pay it off in a year, and she said she could. So we asked for a time payment agreement over a 12-month period. It's a proposed 12-month stipulated order of continuance.
And the other conditions are principally law-abiding behavior, comply with any recommended treatment in the assessment has already been done.
Right, it's already been done, Judge. Actually, I have the evaluation here, if Your Honor wants to see it.
I'd like that on file.
Sure.
You don't need to see it at this time as long as you've reviewed it and are comfortable with it. Ms. Grimes, what you are embarking upon is a stipulated order of continuance negotiated by your attorney with the city. Now, under the terms of that, the DUI charge will be amended down the road to a much less serious charge of negligent driving in the first degree. Now, you've got to do a number of things, one of which you've already, the most important to me is you've already done, and that's getting the drug and alcohol evaluation. If there's a problem, let's deal with it, let's fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't drive without license and insurance, don't commit any criminal law violations, and you abide by the agreement, paid $990.50 over the next year. The charge will be reduced and go on your record as a neg driving first degree. Now, if you violate the agreement, you've given up the rights to go to trial, have the matter appealed if you lose a trial. So if you violate the agreement, the city proves that you violated the agreement by evidence, by preponderance of the evidence. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know what that would most certainly result in. You have a chance to have the charge significantly reduced, and I take it at the end of 12 months, the hit and run charge will be dismissed.
That's correct.
Ms. Grimes, you have quite a bit on the line here. What I'm going to want you to do is comply completely with that. We'll need proof that you've complied with the recommendations set forth in the evaluation you've received. I want to thank you for finally addressing the matter. Do you have any questions at all?
I do not. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Grimes, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and actually the fine part is the least important to me. The most important part, as I said, is the treatment. If there's an issue making the fine payments, don't just ignore it. Let us know. We can deal with it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Grimes will be sending you a copy of this agreement. Your attorney will have one as well. I want you to review it carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
I will do that. Thank you, Your Honor.
And the warrant, of course, is washed.
Thank you.
A good day. Have a good day. Take care.
You too.
Anybody else that showed up? 10 bucks. Which one? We do have number 19 now appearing, right?
All right.
Go ahead and bring that matter up and we'll go with that. So on the matter of Yelm versus April, May, that was all the Sturdivant. My understand is present on Zoom with their attorney. Ms. Sturdivant, you appear to be muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. Ms. White, good morning to you as well. We'll take the matter at this time. I see the matter is set for a pretrial. I'll turn to you, Ms. White, for the status of the case.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Erin White on behalf of the defendant April Sturdivant, who is also present via Zoom this morning. We are asking the court to continue this matter. My partner has gone over the client's speedy trial rights with her. We have both executed a motion to continue that is saved in O courts that we have signed.
Any problem with that?
No, Your Honor, and I've agreed to it.
The order says it's reset to October 6th at 10 o'clock. Is that acceptable?
Yes, Your Honor, that works for me.
Sturdivant, stay in touch with your attorney. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect until changed. Thank you for appearing. Good luck. We'll talk to you and your attorney in October. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Call next matter in person on the 10 o'clock, number 6, Brian Erickson. Matter comes on for a pre-trial hearing. I believe the city.
Yeah, city on its motion is moving to continue this to the next available court date.
The regular name is Brian Lewis Erickson. Mr. Erickson, good morning. Back to the dashboard. I'm not finding anything in the full courts. And I guess we're going to need an order of reset. Mr. Erickson, a little bit of a glitch here. Yeah, we do everything on the computer these days, but I guess at the request of the parties for resetting your matter over. Order will be generated, and you can get a copy of that order by when you leave the courtroom. Go to your right, not your left this time, but the right, and that way, and go to the window, and they'll give you a copy.
That next court date, Your Honor, would be
October, November.
October 6th, is that right?
October 6th, I think. That's,
Is that the first?
that's the next available.
Hey, Dan, I'm filling that out for us.
Are you filling it out?
Your Honor, I'm Dan, I'm having my, can you fill that one out?
Oh,
It's just not, it's not.
I
working.
keep having the window pop up, reload site, cancel. It's like-
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, try to have Mr. Erickson sign it.
yeah.
See what the-
I just about have it complete.
Give that a try.
Go ahead and sign on the pad. I and the defendant have signed the document.
Hey, Brett, if you want to sign it or just wait signature, we
Oh,
have,
signing right there.
give it a try. Aha.
Done.
Mr. Erickson, I think we finally got, I guess we now live in a world where I can blame everything on the computer and not take any responsibility for any mistakes. I signed the order, resetting the matter to October 6th. Stay in touch with your attorney, and again, you can get a copy. I want you to do that. You bet. You take care.
Why do you have to sign?
Should have had one of those rolls before I used the sugar rush about that. So I have sleep since the last week.
And the next matter would be number 5 on the 10 o'clock. Jojana Davis, city just needs to sign off on the proposed SOC.
The record, good morning. Are you Jojana R. Davis? Ma'am, if I mispronounce your name, and I'm prone to do that, I apologize. I'm looking at the stipulated order of continuance on the computer screen here. I'll turn to Mr. Haverco to give us the details.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this matter comes on before the court this morning on a pretrial hearing on the assault 4th-degree domestic violence charge. It involved her sister, actually, is the situation, and she has no prior record. I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Davis about her case, and based on her lack of record and the case, parties, I believe, have reached an agreement, that being a 12-month stipulated order of continuance, whereby she agrees to remain law-abiding, no criminal law violations for 12 months, to pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would then move to dismiss the case.
Davis, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just said? You've got an agreement here negotiated by your attorney with the city, and the terms of which 12 months from now, the charge will go away. It'll be dismissed. And no conviction will result on your record if over the next year you have no criminal law violations, pay $250 in cost, and no law violations. Of course, that would involve no assaultive issues or behavior. This happened with a relative, a sister. These things happen in life. We learn from them, and if we don't learn from them, they're going to be repeated. And so I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Now, in return for this agreement, which will result in a dismissal, you've given up your rights to go to trial, have a hearing, appeal if you lose a trial. If there's a violation of the agreement and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports and nothing else but that, and that would result in a conviction with the possibility of significant jail time. So you have a chance to have the matter dismissed. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and now the fine is the least important thing to me. If you have an issue making the fine payments, you let Mr. Haverco know that, and we'll deal with it. Okay. Ms. Davis, good luck to you. I'm signing off on the agreement at this time. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your right and get a copy of it, read it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all or don't understand any part of it, give Mr. Haverco a phone call, okay? Good luck to you. Take care.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah. Get a copy.
And done.
Are we off record or are we still?
We're off record, I think. We're still on. We're still on.
Anybody else on the line? Or?
But I think the 945s warrants are still in effect. We'll just simply strike the hearings for the non-appearance. Sounds good. We do have a phone number.
1565.
We do have a phone number, last four digits are 1565, I believe I heard. We don't know who that is. If you would,
Hello,
good morning again.
good morning.
And your name is?
Rochelle Holiday.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, we're still here. I'm looking for you on the today's docket. Hang,
Okay.
stay close. And that's Josh's.
It's an arraignment, Dan.
Ms. Holliday, your attorney is not in the courtroom at this time. If you'd stand by, we'll just stay with us, stay on the line, and once your attorney gets in the courtroom, we'll take your matter, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Ms. Jackson on our 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. calendar is here. This is an arraignment.
Just for the court's information, this is Mr. John Cassidy. He's on the 945.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Mr. Councilman, good morning. Ms. Jackson. Councilman, it looks like this is your first appearance on this case, is it? It's, for the record, is your full name John Benjamin Cassavant?
Correct.
Mr. Cassavant, the citation I have alleges that on or about July 11th of 2022, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of criminal proceeding. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you if you're indigent and you so request. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney?
Yeah, as of right now, yes.
I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause as the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Cassavant, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pre-trial. I want you to stay in touch with your attorney. You do have a right to a public and speedy jury trial if you can agree to a resolution of the case without having to go to trial. But first, we explore all settlement possibilities. Any questions at all? No, sir. Mr. Cassavant will set a pre-trial for October 6th. October 6th. Now, the order you're going to get will have your attorney's contact information on that. I'll expect you to stay in touch with him and be here at 11 o'clock. That'll be the time of your hearing on October 6th. Any question at all? No, sir. Mr. Cassavant, I want to thank you for appearing. It's glad to see you. The warrant will be quashed as of right now. And we'll look forward to seeing you October 6th. All right. Okay. All right. Again, go to the window to your right, get a copy of today's order. It'll have the all that information on it. Anything else at this time?
And ma'am, are you waiting for an attorney? Do you have your own attorney?
Yeah, this is the right.
Yeah, but. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
We can take that matter now. Ma'am, come on up and have a seat. We'll address your matter now. Is your name Amanda J. Jackson?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about August 20th, 2021, committed the offense of disposing of unlawfully litter greater than 1 cubic yard. That I assume is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is would be 90 days in jail as a maximum upon conviction and/or a $1,000 fine. Now, as I indicated earlier, you have a right to have a lawyer represent you, and I'll appoint a lawyer to represent you at your request if you're indigent. Are you asking for a lawyer?
I don't really know because I've never done this before.
Well, it's probably, I've never performed an appendectomy before, but if I needed one done, I'd want a doctor to do it instead of me. So why don't you take I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you for at least this hearing, and he'll determine whether or not you qualify for indigency later. Mr. Haverco, go ahead.
Your Honor, would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
That's the procedure at an arraignment. First court appearance, plead not guilty. All that does is preserve your rights until you can have a pretrial conference, go over the case with your attorney. He can discuss the case with the prosecutor, and sometimes you can resolve it by agreement. And if you can, you have a right to a trial in front of a jury in this county. Any question at all?
No.
Sign on that.
I want to thank you for appearing, Ms. Jackson. I'm going to sign an order setting the Jackson will need an order. I keep forgetting to hit the refresh button. Pretrial October 6th, 11 o'clock in the morning. Ms. Jackson, I'm signing the order, setting the pretrial. It's all done electronically these days. Now, I want you to get a copy of this order by going up the courtroom and to your right. It'll have the date and time of your next hearing on it. And it'll likewise have the contact information with your attorney.
Was there a fine? Is that?
There's not at this time. No, when I advise you of jail time and fines, that's just the maximum that could happen as a result of a conviction. That's not to say cases are resolved without fines, without jail time, with suspended jail time, with suspended fines.
Yeah, I did.
That's the purpose of a pretrial, to discuss all the possibilities.
Okay.
Good luck to you. You take care. We'll see you in October, and make sure you get a copy of today's order as you leave.
Thank you.
Now back on record, Mr. Steve will take the cases in your order of preference. If you identify the defendant and what page of the docket they're on, or even 10 or 11 o'clock. It'll be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I may be a little bit off. I think the numbers I have are just slightly different than the courts, but I will do that. First, I'd like to call Mr. Valdez. He's on the 11 o'clock, Your Honor. I believe he's.
Mr. Valdez.
19 to 20, somewhere in there. Your Honor, all we're doing today is we are just asking to reset this matter 2 months. I need to request a video. There's also been, need to have some discussions with the city about this. Should have a motion to continue.
I did. Mr. Valdez, I have to hit the refresh button.
It's all right. Take your time.
Resetting your matter to November 3rd, 2022. Signing off on that as we speak. What I want you to do is, as you leave the courtroom, is go to the window outside and to your right, get a copy of it, and of course, stay in touch with Mr. Steve until your next hearing. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Thank you for appearing. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. And take care.
You too.
Back to the dashboard.
Next matter, Your Honor, let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
Next matter I have is Miss Bloom. She's on the 11 o'clock calendar. Three, she might be 3 and 4, however, I'm not quite sure.
Spoon, good afternoon.
Hello.
Or still good morning.
We have an agreed resolution in this matter. There's a tracking infraction as well on the pretrial matter, Your Honor. And we have executed the plea form for 1 count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock, a lock, upon successful entrance to that plea. We've agreed to have the DWS 3 charge dismissed. Additionally, on the infraction, the no headlamps on motor vehicle is going to be dismissed, and we're going to give her an opportunity to ask to mitigate the no insurance ticket.
Hey, good afternoon. For the record, is your name Diana Lynn Bloom?
Yes.
Ms. Bloom, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty upon conviction would be $364 and or $5,000. Plea form tells me you're 59 years of age. Any issues reading, understanding the plea form?
No.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to 1 count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on June 19th of this year, 2022, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I note the recommended sentence is 364 days, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 fine.
Okay.
Mr. Steve, anything to add to that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Dilly, anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
Spoon, anything you'd like to tell me? Anything
No,
you think
I
should
will
do?
be getting my license in a couple weeks, so.
Patiently.
Yes.
And
Get your license reinstated. Now, I'm going to follow the recommendation. All jail time, 364, suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. That would include no driverless, licensed, and insured. I would wish you the best of luck. Hard to get your license back once you lose it, but when you get it back, make sure you keep it, okay?
Yes,
And
I know.
Your Honor, did you mitigate that? Did we get a chance to mitigate the no insurance
Well,
infraction?
let's reduce that to 150. All right, I overlooked that. Insurance is a requirement. If the face amount of the ticket is way too much, I would expect anybody to pay.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bloom, thank you. You take care of yourself. And going through the computer process of signing.
She need to go out to the front. Oh, okay. They can get
All
you.
right, we're shorthanded today. Ms. Bloom, if you would, I'm going to wish you the best of luck and thank you for your appearance. As
Okay,
you leave the
thank you.
courtroom, go to your right and you'll get a copy of today's paper, okay? Ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next matter I have ready is Ms. Giddens on the phone.
I missed that. Who was on the phone?
Ms. Giddens, I'm sorry, Ms. Giddens is, we have a plea form
Got it.
in Oak Forest.
I've got it. She's on the phone. Okay. Ms. Giddens, good morning. You're muted. If you don't do your case, your attorneys in the courtroom will address your matter now. Ms. Giddens, you need to unmute and take your case. Oh, must have stepped away from her computer. Ms. Giddens, if you'd unmute, we'll address your matter.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I'll turn to Mr. Sneva to present the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
In this matter, we have come to a resolution. This is a theft 3 charge. Ms. Giddens has agreed to enter a plea of guilty on this charge with all jail time suspended and a $250 probation fee. She's not to go to Walmart for the next year and to have no law violations, Your Honor.
Ms. Giddens, do you disagree with anything you just heard?
No.
Is your full name Jennifer Lynn Giddens?
Yes.
Looking at a statement of defendant on one count of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the 3rd degree. Have you gone over that with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Any questions?
No.
You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
I do.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 16, 2021, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
If you find your statement of paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements, I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. The sentencing recommendation I've heard, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
I don't think so.
Ms. Giddens, I'm going to follow the recommendation, 364 suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 fine. Keep in mind, if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're condemned to repeat them. I'm hoping this has been a learning experience. Mr. Dilly, anything to add?
Nothing you're at on, it's great.
Ms. Giddens, good luck. We'll be sending you a copy of today's paperwork. Please read it over carefully and give a call to your attorney if you have any questions at all, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
It finally closed. Ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next matter I'd like to call, I'm going to start, I may have some people here that I'll need to speak with that I haven't yet, but I'm going to run through cases that I have something on that I'm aware of. First and second is Megan Belka.
Ms. Belka, are you in the courtroom?
No, Ms. Belka is not here, Your Honor.
She is not.
In this matter, I received a call from her from, I can't remember, it was cutting out if it was a food bank or another area like that, where she had a ride this morning and was unable to, it fell through at the last minute. She doesn't have a phone. I believe she's on some level of public assistance. So based on her trying to get a hold of me this morning and making contact, I'm asking just to note her FTA and reset this 1 month so we can get her back here.
Note the FDA for speedy trial purposes. Reset it over to October 3rd.
That would be my request, Your Honor.
October 3rd it is. Ready.
Next matter, Your Honor, is Jack Chenier. I have it as number 4 on the 10 o'clock. And similarly, there's actually some medical documentation and some other things that I'm trying to gather to show the prosecutor as well as meet with the alleged victim in this matter. So I'm asking to set this out a couple of months with the waiver.
Note the non-appearance.
Or note the non-appearance, I apologize.
For speedy trial purposes, reset to October 3rd.
This one I would like to go to November, Your Honor.
We'll go to
We get a
November.
little bit more.
Okay.
The next matter, Your Honor, is, let me see, Sarah George matter. Ms. George comes on for a pre-trial. I believe the city has a motion in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to dismiss without prejudice.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, I will sign the order of dismissal.
Similarly, Your Honor, on the next matter, if the court is ready, just let me know.
Go ahead, ready.
Ms. Holliday, the city also has a motion in this matter.
City moves to dismiss without prejudice, Your Honor.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, I'll sign the order of dismissal.
My next matter is Mr. McCaskill, who was actually here this morning. I have a signature on the reset form. We're trying to get some proof of some treatment together to further this case. We're asking 2 months on this to the
2 months up to November.
to November. Yes.
Sean Tavis.
Yes.
Okay,
Next matter, Your Honors, that I'm ready on. There's other matters I'm gonna have to skip those and come back to. And the next matter I'm ready on is Mr. Rios. This is also gonna be a request to go out to November. I'm working on interviewing people in this and getting some more.
November 3rd?
Yes. This matter, and I'm just need 1 second on this. Mr. Rosnick, we're gonna be entering
Cyrus Rosnick?
Cyrus Rosnick. He gave me a call, actually played phone tag with him yesterday, Your Honor, and then he gave me a call this morning. I spoke with him at length. He's not feeling well. He's not feeling well. So I'm just asking to reset this note in the FTA, reset it 1 month to our October date.
Good enough.
I'm gonna come back to a couple of the, Mr. Havergal, you have a number of ones ready? Okay. I will do one more, and then I'm gonna hand it over to Mr. Havergal. Some of these aren't here. I can do these in a moment.
Nothing in Rosnick yet.
If I could switch
Finish
over.
Ready.
The last one I'd like to handle is number 5 on my 11 o'clock calendar, Dolores Burns. Order motion for compromise misdemeanor. This matter was handled this morning. It's the signature of the alleged victim in this matter, and I entered an order for dismissal in the courts based on the victim's signature there.
Mr. Dooley, any objection to dismissing the matter?
No objection, Your Honor.
That was something we don't see every day, but I'm glad to see it when we do.
Absolutely.
I'm signing the congratulations to Ms. Burns, and I'm signing the order of dismissal based upon it.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, on the 10 o'clock calendar, if we could go to item number 3, Angela Bendick.
Ms. Bendick in the courtroom. Ms. Bendick, come on up and have a seat if you would with your attorney. And good afternoon. Well, still good morning.
Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Had an opportunity to discuss the matter with her. She has no prior record. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance and 12 months continuance. No new criminal law violations, pay a $250 probation fee, a dismissal if she complies. All parties have signed.
Ms. Bendick, for the record, was your name Angela Sheree Bendick? Yes. Your attorney has negotiated with the city a stipulated order of continuance, it's called. What it is a chance for you to get this charge dismissed, go off your record as any sort of conviction, but based on a couple of things. One, stay out of trouble for the next 12 months, no convictions, no criminal law violation, pay $250 monitoring fee. If you do that, charge is dismissed. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that, you're giving up your rights to a trial. We'll simply have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know what that would most certainly result in. And we don't want to go there. No. You have a chance. Your attorney gave you a chance with his negotiations to get this charge dismissed. I'm hoping you take care of it. The fine is the least important thing to me. What I'm hoping is you'll be able to take care of that. If you can't, for some reason, things change, let us know and we can deal with it. Any questions at all? No. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I want you to get a copy of this agreement by leaving the courtroom, going to your right, read it over carefully. And if you have any questions, give Mr. Hammer a call later in the day or tomorrow. Any questions at all? No. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We either learn from our mistakes, which we all make, or condemn to repeat them. I'm hoping this has been at least a learning experience. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
That's it? Yeah, just get the copy of the paperwork over there. And turning to the 11 o'clock calendar, Your Honor, item number 1, Julie Bissot.
Julie Bissot in the courtroom. She's if looks like why don't you just stay right where you are?
Yeah. So actually turned out to have permission to be on the property. The city's moving to
I'm hearing no objection to an order of dismissal being entered. That's what I'm going to sign. And that will close the matter. Best of luck to you. I hope you're anybody's on crutches, you be careful, don't trip, don't fall. And I'm wishing and hoping for a speedy recovery, Ms. Bissot. You take care of yourself. And above and beyond all means, take care. Careful.
Yeah, I'm not too stay on.
So thank you.
And next matter would be Gerald Christopher. It's item number 6.
I have here in front of me a motion to continue. About how far would you like to go?
You think a month is enough to kind of research the issue? Set it into, let's see. Set it to November. Go ahead, sign it.
Hearing no objection, November it is. Mr. Christopher, stay in touch with your attorney and we'll see you back here in November. Dismissal purpose, so I'm not seeing it. So we'll get one there.
You're free to go? Is he done? Or maybe you're. Oh.
Takes care of the matter. signed an order resetting the matter. You can get a copy of that if you would by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your right. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for appearing, and you have a good one.
Next matter would be Mr. Leninger. He's number 16 on the 11 o'clock.
Mr. Leninger, how are you?
Good. Submitting a motion for continuance, Your Honor.
And about how far out would you like to?
I think 1 month is probably sufficient, so just reset it to the first,
October?
the next, yeah, the October court date.
So do any objection to a settle of this matter? Mr. Leninger, we're going to set the matter over at the request of yourself and your attorney to October 3rd. In the meantime, law-abiding behavior, stay in touch, of course, with your attorney. And I'm reviewing and I will electronically sign the order of reset. And once again, I want you to get a copy of this by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your right. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
You take care of yourself and see you next month.
What's that? Okay. Okay. Next matter, Your Honor, would be number 17, Victoria Sartori on the 11 o'clock calendar. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing, assault, fourth degree domestic violence.
Mr. Sartori, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or still, I keep saying that, good morning.
I've had an opportunity to meet with Ms. Sartori, talk about her case. Based on that conversation, she is electing to enter a straight plea of guilty to the charge. And we filled out and signed a statement of defense on a plea of guilty, Your Honor.
I'm looking at it as we speak. It's here on a computer screen in front of me. For the record, your full name is Victoria Ann Sartori, and I hope I pronounced that right.
You got it.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of assault in the 4th degree. Plea form tells me you're 36 years of age. Any issues, difficulties reading and understanding the plea form? And you went over it with your attorney?
Yes, I did.
And if you had any questions, did he answer it?
Yes, I did.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal. Simply, I lost the form. I'm back to. I could sentence you up to the maximum, which is 1 day less than a year and a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. What is recommended is all jail time suspended on the condition you pay $250 court costs and of course have law-abiding behavior. Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
You know, the court's familiar with Ms. Sartori. We would ask the court to follow the recommendation. She just has issues to work out. The victim in this case, they're not married, but they've been together for 11 years. They have 4 children together. In addition to that, take care of her mother and you know, it's not offered in any way by way of an excuse. So she found out that her significant other had been having an affair with another lady, and she got pregnant as a result. And she just acknowledges that, you know,
I did get a little ahead of myself. I'm finding that the statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements, and I better make sure that I took a plea as to 1 count of assault in the 4th degree, guilty or not guilty. Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Ms. Sartori, as your attorney said, yes, you're not a stranger.
Right.
And every relationship has issues, and you know, home has been described I think Robert Frost called it, that's where you go and they have to take you in. I hope it's a little better place than that, but we need to resolve our problems without resorting to physical violence. And that's a skill that's learned, and I'm hoping you can learn that in any way that you can, whether it's counseling, using different substances, I don't know. But I'm gonna leave that up to you. I'm not gonna order you to do anything. I'm gonna follow the recommendation. 364, all suspended on the condition. But if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're, as I say, condemned to repeat them, and I don't want you to be, enough is enough, okay?
I understand.
Paperwork to take care of. Signing it as we speak.
He signed everything. Once he's done, he'll tell you, and then he'll tell you, you get a copy at the police department.
The Secretary, you're probably very tired of talking to me, and I hope you don't have to do that again. But I'm signing the reviewing and signing the judgment and sentence. Again, get a copy of it as you go out the courtroom and to your right. And if you have any questions, look it over carefully. If you have any questions, give Mr. Habicho a call. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. It is good to see you. I'm sure that feeling is not mutual, but whether or not you have to see me again is up to one person, not me. It's up to you.
Right. I think it's vice versa. You're probably tired of looking at me over here.
No. You're always welcome. It's good to see you here.
Thank you.
I don't like the fact that you are in circumstances that make you be here, but there's room for change.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And it's bear in mind, we are who we are. We don't change ourselves. We can modify our behavior. We can change our behavior, but we are who we are. So good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I believe that's. Oh, what's your name, sir? Dragon? I don't think, who's he assigned? Is he assigned to Josh Dragon?
I wasn't. Who is this?
Vladislav Dragon?
Oh, Mr. Dragon, good afternoon. How are you? Or still yet, good morning. Mr. Dragon, I'm not.
See. Is he I don't think he's.
Josh Steve is your attorney, and he's been in and out of the courtroom. Hang tight, he'll be in a bit. And on Julie Bissell, we're going to need an order? Okay. You're way ahead of me. I hope she has a speedy recovery. Back on record,
Turning your attention on back to the 10 o'clock calendar, item number 16 and Austin Roy Levy or Levi Sanchez. I've attempted to get a hold of him. Haven't been able to find any contact information.
when he was released, he gave a number and
I called it and I think I
reminded.
emailed Sonia back.
Yeah.
So try the number.
That was
and
confirmed. That was who that happened, but no surprise.
The number belonged to somebody else. They had no idea who he was.
2,500 cash.
It looks like the bail he posted earlier was forfeited, so I guess 2,500 cash or bond will.
And number 17, Jessica
C.
C or say. Haven't.
I think they pronounce it C.
Okay. And I have been unsuccessful in my contact attempts with her.
Box is checked.
$5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered.
And then Titus Williams, on that one, Mr. Sneva has the same defendant on a new pretrial case, and I don't know when that's scheduled. This has been sort of just tracking behind. So he may have been required to appear today, but what's that? Oh, he was here. Okay.
Yeah, there's in the queue, there's a motion to continue. So I
Oh,
assume when
so we
Josh
just-
gets back in, we'll probably just.
So I would just continue this? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And
There's the
then,
10.
and then that concludes my 10 o'clocks. On the 11 o'clock, we have a Brianna Faulkner, items 12 and 13. I haven't had any contact with her.
That was defective equipment on a bicycle and obstructing.
$500 or obstructed. Yeah.
On the defective equipment on the bicycle, I don't, is there any point in
No.
FTA and that to the Department of Licensing? That was,
No, I'll dismiss that.
2,500, so ordered on the obstruction.
I believe that's all the 11 o'clocks too. So. Josh. So it looks like Josh has a couple more folks to
I think Josh has the rest
talk,
of the.
yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Back on the record, Mr. Steven will take your cases in the
Thank you, Your Honor. First
order
matter
chosen by you.
is Mr. Dragon, who is on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Yes.
He's number 11 on mine.
So Dragon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Your Honor, we're just asking to reset this over 1 month. We've got a little bit more discussions to do in this case. Mr. Dragon's doing an excellent job maintaining his sobriety and doing what we're asking him to. So we're just looking to come back here in about a month.
That's October 6th is going to work. That's it.
Yeah.
October 6th is going to be okay.
Sounds good to me.
Sure. Mr. Dragon, thank you for your patience. You've been sitting there for a while, but I'm signing the order resetting it to October 6th. You can get a copy of that by going to the window outside that way to your right. And we'll see you in October, and you take care of yourself and have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, thank you.
All right. Yes, have a good day.
And you as well.
Next. Sorry, wait for you.
Go ahead.
The next matter, Your Honor, is Ms. St. Marie off the 11 o'clock calendar.
Good afternoon. Your name is Sydney, middle initial C, St. Marie. Good afternoon. Good morning. Yeah, now it is afternoon.
In this matter, Your Honor, we are asking to enter a plea of guilty on 1 count of driving without ignition interlock. Upon successful entrance of that plea, the DWS3 case will be dismissed.
That's correct. And again, for the record, your name is Sydney St. Marie.
Yes.
St. Marie, I'm looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a vehicle without ignition interlock. Plea form tells me you're 26 years of age, been through the 12th grade. Any issues at all reading, understanding the plea form in the process?
No.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes.
Again, the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no jail. You're giving those up if I accept the plea, and the sentencing could be up to the max. With that in mind, it's a 1 count of driving a motor vehicle within the city of Yelm without ignition interlock and required to have that by the Department of Licensing. Alleged to have occurred on July 21st, 2022. How do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plea?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement of paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Sentencing recommendation is 364, suspended, $250 fine, suspended time on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Think I should know? Mr. Steve, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you. Nothing further. This is agreed.
Mr. Dilly, anything further? St. Marie, driving is one of the things we just have to do to be able to do to get along in the world we now live in. It's unfortunate that you have to have the ignition interlock, but those requirements in time, they drop off. Insurance premiums go down, the expense of driving will go down. Be patient, make sure you comply with Department of Licensing's requirements and get your license reinstated in good order when it's done. I'm going to follow the recommendation. All jail time suspended, $250 fine. The fine is the least important part of this to me. If you have trouble making the payments, financial circumstances doesn't let you, make sure you let Mr. Steven know we can deal with that. Okay. Any question at all?
No, thank you.
And once again, I want you to get a copy of your paperwork. They go into the window outside the courtroom and to your right, and review it carefully and give Mr. Steve a call if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Is there an anti?
Yeah, take care.
And for the record, the third degree DWS charge is dismissed. Good afternoon, Ms. Wells.
Hello.
This matter, Your Honor, we do have a resolution that we'd like the court to enter today. I think there may have been an easier way for me to enter this in no courts, and I didn't realize it. But two of the matters, we're going to be entering an SOC today for 1 year, $150 and no law violations. She does have her dog's license, which is good and which what we were hoping for the whole time. So two of those are going to be in an SOC for 1 year with no law violations, and the other, there'll be one of the cases, the oldest one, is going to be dismissed upon successful entrance to the SOC. I put that in as a separate order. I guess I didn't need to, but so hopefully that'll work.
Looks like docket numbers 21 and 22 are being SOC'd, and docket number 20 is the one that's
Yes,
going to be dismissed.
yes.
That's correct.
As well as, good afternoon, good to see you, you take care. You got an agreement here under the terms of which, if you just comply with everything you're supposed to comply over the next, the charges will be dismissed. And one is, that's docket number 20, that's the 1202-20 citation, that is going to be dismissed at this time. Any questions at all? I'm glad to finally get the matters resolved. That's always a good thing, not have to worry about getting to court on time. And of course, how the dog, how's the dog?
My dogs are good. I have two of them. They like to run in a pack, so that's why they when they got out, they were just like running, and they were little pups then. So, but I got them the brown wire and shock collar, so that's been helping to.
That's
I just need to find a bigger yard for them because they have a lot of energy.
Those dogs, they need a little more area than usual.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, SOC, comply, dismissal. If non-compliance, we go to the police reports. But good luck as long as the dogs are they're like our kids in a way. We gotta take care of them, feed them, make sure they're safe. But you take care of yourself. That concludes the hearing. And I want you to get a copy of today's paperwork by going to the window outside the courtroom to the right. And good luck to you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you and take care.
Where do I do that at?
Here.
Okay.
You can pay it on payment plan.
Okay.
You can pick it up out there at the window.
I think they've got something figured out here.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Justice will prevail.
That's right.
If we're lucky.
If we're lucky. And Your Honor, I want to kind of go back through the ones I think that I haven't gone over yet, and that if I'm making a mistake, let me know. I think I know who we still need to touch on.
I think page 10 is where we start.
Yes, Bradley Nabokowski I don't have any information to provide the court in that matter. It does look like we've also got an arraignment set on today. I don't have any info in that case, Your Honor.
I PR'd him on the with the admonition that he had absolutely had to appear. Otherwise, if he did not, warrants an issue for his witness.
I don't have any information, unfortunately.
City wish a warrant for Mr. Nabokowski.
Oh, why don't we do $2,500 cash and bond each?
So ordered. Next would be Kyle Parker, docket number 14.
I have any information in this matter.
Rim Trust 1, box is checked. Mandating appearance. So ordered.
Next matter I have is Mr. Williams.
See a motion in the full
Yes.
courts.
We're looking into a compromise of misdemeanor in this matter, Your Honor. So we need a couple of months. I think I asked, I'm hoping to go out to November in this.
To November.
Yes, so I can, those tend to take a second. to put
Note the
together.
non-appearance.
Yes. for the
Note the
purposes of
non-appearance
the
for
trial. That
speedy
should be in
trial
there.
purposes. Hearing no objection, we'll reset the matter to November and send a notice. November 3rd, 11 a.m.
Thank you. And Your Honor, sorry, I'll wait till you're ready. Next matter I have, Mr. Groves.
Yes.
11 o'clock.
That's it. Reckless driving, box is checked.
And he was here, Your Honor, and signed off on, he's trying to get to work. He signed off on the reset. We're gonna go out 2 months on this. For whatever reason, I gotta look into it. The exact same day an incident resulted in 3 charges that are in Superior Court now, so I would like to explore a global
Oh, yikes.
resolution with those. Kind of odd. This got bifurcated out for some reason. So I'm gonna look into that and see if we can't resolve all of these together.
Folks, I've signed the reset. Lawrence Burns.
Ms. Burns was that should have been dismissed. That was the compromise of misdemeanor.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Next is
I
Antonio.
signed the order, I just didn't. We did deal with Gerald Christopher for day. Okay, good. Next would be, I think, Antonio Clark.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a motion to reset in there. Mr. Clark, I spoke to the city about this. I also spoke with Mr. Clark numerous times, and he's got his signature on there, I believe. We're exploring a global resolution here. Mr. Clark has a number of much more serious matters in Superior Court that may be resulting in either DOC time, potentially drug court, potentially a year in CDP. We're trying to sort out everything and kind of package it all together. So we're asking for another.
It doesn't help much when he curses at my.
No, I addressed that with him. And I'm not saying the court can't as well, but I did.
If you have
I told him the court might be wanting to address it as well, so I made it real clear that's not gonna work.
Reset it to
The November date.
November
And if
date.
this is something, Your Honor, that if that gets resolved before that, I'll add it on potentially, but the truth is if it goes the drug court route, I'd like to see how he does for a second. I mean, so I think
Let it season a
November's-
little bit before, yeah,
let's see if it actually.
always the
happens.
best idea.
Right. The next matter I have is Mr. Green.
Still catching up with Mr. Clark. Got it. Irvin Green.
Irvin Green, no information to provide the court.
It looks like, I think he's in warrant.
Yes.
The warrant has already been issued, so just
That's
striking.
understood. I believe this city in the next matter has a motion on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's Jesse Udo.
No objection. That's it.
Signing it as we speak.
Calendars now.
Well, I think just, you had that.
Well, that's true. I had one off and it
at this time. He will determine, talking to you later, whether you qualify for a lawyer at public expense. We all set the matter for a pretrial because a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf at this stage of the proceedings. That preserves your rights until a pretrial can be had. The purpose of that is to discuss resolution of the case without the possibility or necessity of going to trial. If that can't happen, you do have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. Mr. Dilly is here. Mr. Dilly, good afternoon. I'm going to call first the matter of Yelm versus Sarah May Mariria, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. If there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm going to. How do you say your last name?
Marita, Your Honor.
Marita, good afternoon. Citation I have alleges an honor about August 12, 2022. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea in this matter.
And Brett Woody standing in for attorney of record Ryan English on this matter. We acknowledge receipt of complaint waived from reading, ask the plea of not guilty be answered.
The plea of not guilty has been entered on behalf of yourself. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. The private attorney pretrials are all set at 9 o'clock in the morning. Next will be October 3rd, October 6th, and then after that it's November 3rd. I had that backwards. What works best?
At this point, I think we have 90 from today, so we're looking at, I guess that's it for November. Give Mr. English more time to communicate with Mr. Dilly. I'm not sure about his calendar. He's out of town. So if it was, that was the November, what, 4th or 6th? November 3rd. November 3rd, 1 p.m. 9 a.m. Okay.
Mr. Dilly, any conditions of release that the city might wish?
No, I think just no hostile contact unless there's a request from the victim for something more. And then I also have a note on the calendar that I am requested to dismiss what is citation number 2A0435546. I don't know if that's
on the docket, and for some reason or other, the officer misfiled the first citation, so refiled it. So yes, the first citation will be dismissed. Now, conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, and I think, given the request of the city, no hostile contact with the alleged victim, which will be Mauricio, listed on the docket. Your attorney can perhaps explain to you a little better than I can what is meant by no hostile contact. Basically, if things get a little heated, it's pretty much up to you to get away from the situation. I'll sign an order resetting the matter for November 3rd, 9 a.m. for pretrial. Conditions of release will be set forth within the order. We're a little shorthanded today, so you can get a copy here by going out of the courtroom and going to the window to your right, and they'll print you out a copy.
That's okay. Well, I've noticed and she'll be in contact with Mr. English. We appreciate the court's time and thank you, Mr. Dilly, wherever you may be. So.
Thank you.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, definitely stay in touch with your attorney. Is anybody else here with an attorney? Start at the top of the calendar, Tyler Anderson. Tyler Anderson in the courtroom. Now, a number of people aren't going to appear. What happens then is after I've talked to everybody here, I review the files for the non-appearing people, and if there was probable cause for the issuance of the citation, a warrant is issued for their arrest, and that's never a good idea. Tyler Anderson is not here. We'll come back to that matter. Jesse Ernison is here. Mr. Ernison, come up and have a seat there. And given the citation for DWS 3rd, the city may have a motion in your case.
Yes, Your Honor, city moves to amend the charge in Mr. Arneson's case from DWS third to Noval second degree, recommend $150 fine.
Mr. Arneson, what just happened is the charge changed from a criminal offense, varying up to 90 days in jail, to a civil infraction. You're not entitled to a lawyer at public expense, and all I can do is impose a fine. If you admit, you don't plead guilty to an infraction, you admit it. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess $150. You can pay that over time. That concludes the matter. Any questions?
No, I unwittingly drove without a license, so I admit.
I'll take that as an answer, and hopefully you get the licensing situation straightened out eventually. We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive.
Yeah, especially being the ice cream man.
Mr. Arneson, I'm signing today's order. If you can pay that at $25 a month, starting October 1, that'd be great. You get a copy of today's order at the window. Now, what I want you to do is get a copy of that, look it over, and if there's a problem making the payments, please let us know, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you for appearing. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Next would be Ryan Averill. Ryan Averill in the courtroom. How about Jamie Baker? It's already in warrant status. How about Tiara Janae Beasley? Good afternoon, ma'am. If you'd step forward, have a seat at the council table next to Mr. Hammerfield. Good afternoon. For the record, is your full name Tiara Janae Beasley?
Yes.
I hope I pronounced that.
You did.
Citation alleges in honor about August 4th, 2022. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney?
Yes.
I'll have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf, and I'll appoint him to represent you.
I think Your Honor would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
So easily a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. City requesting any special conditions?
No, Your Honor, I think just our standard conditions of release in a case like this. I've not heard from the victim. I don't know if the victim's present in the courtroom. That's a DeAndre Ivory.
Mr. Ivory in the courtroom by any chance? That condition will be no hostile contact. It's very important that the peace be kept. Things stay as they are. We will set your matter for a pretrial. That'll be October 6th. Now, I'll sign an order to that effect. It'll have your attorney's contact information on that. Do you have any questions?
That's a week from my due date.
Oh dear. We better go to November.
Yeah.
Let's change that to November.
What's your,
No, I don't think, yeah, I think we better go to November. Ms. Beasley, if anything changes, just stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Again, his information will be on the order you'll get today. And make sure that if you can't appear on November 6th, or November 3rd, let us know, okay?
You'll have information. So, okay. Yeah, they'll give it, you'll get it. Yeah. So.
Please now sign today's order again. I want you to get a copy of it by going down to the courtroom and to your right. Go to the window and they'll be glad to print you off a copy. You take care of yourself, be well, and see you in November.
Thank you.
Take care. Forrest Brantley in the courtroom. Forrest Brantley. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Forrest Brantley Jr.?
Yes, sir.
The citation I have alleges that on or about August 10th of 2022, committed the offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty and conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney?
Yes, sir.
We'll appoint Mr. Abaco to enter a plea on your behalf. We'll discuss with you later whether you qualify or not for public defender.
Would stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Brantley, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. City request any special conditions of release other than the standard?
No, Your Honor.
Don't drive unless licensed and insured, law-abiding behavior, don't drink and drive at all, and appear for court as directed. Would be the conditions of release. We'll set the matter for a pretrial on the October date, October 6th. Yeah. Mr. Brantley, as well, if you go to the window outside the courtroom to your right, you get a copy of today's order. Again, it'll have the conditions on it, and it'll also have the contact information for Mr. Abaco. Stay in touch with him, and we'll see you back here at your next court date. Any questions at all?
Not at all, sir.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Judge.
How about Justin Brightman? Justin Brightman in the courtroom. Mr. Brightman, good afternoon. For the record, is your full name Justin Lee Brightman?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have two citations here. The first one alleges that on or about August 27th, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. It's also alleged that on that day you committed the offense of reckless driving and you failed to stop and give information to an officer. Theft and reckless driving are both gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll appoint Mr. Abaco to represent you at this time and in the future, should you qualify.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate probable cause on all charges and ask the court to enter not guilty pleas to all charges.
Mr. Brightman, your plea is not guilty. That preserves your rights. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior that especially relates to driving and appear for court as directed. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
Set a pretrial for October 6th at 11 a.m. I'll sign the order here in a moment. I want you to get a copy of that at the window out of the courtroom and to your right before you leave. And definitely stay in touch with your attorney. Any question at all?
I need your signature here. On the pad. Working. And I need something.
Raven, thank you. And have a good day. I'm going to return to the top of the docket. We call the matter of Yelm versus Tyler Anderson. I understand the defendant and the attorney is on Zoom. Backus will take your matter now. And also Zoom user, I'm assuming that, although I don't know, would be Tyler Anderson. And both of you are muted.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Mr. Jepson, good afternoon. And Zoom user, if you'd unmute yourself and identify yourself, we'll take your case this time.
Can you hear me?
Certainly can. Good afternoon. And would you identify my name? Are you Tyler D. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, the citation I have alleges that on or about July 6, 2020, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a no contact order. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 304 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf at this time. Mr. Jepson.
Thank you, Judge. I'd ask the court to enter a not guilty plea on my client's behalf, and we will stipulate to probable cause for the purpose of this hearing.
Certainly accepted. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. We have pretrials on the at 9 o'clock in the morning. The next one is on October 3rd or October 6th, and the next one will be on November 3rd.
October 6th should work.
We'll go with that. Mr. Anderson, conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. That would include abiding by any and all no contact orders. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear for your next court hearing. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be mailing you a copy of the order generated in connection with today's hearing. Your attorney will get one as well. Stay in touch with your attorney and we'll talk to you in October. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Jepson, thank you. That concludes the hearing. We'll be sending you the order.
Thank you very much.
How about Lisa Carey? Lisa Carey in the courtroom? Jamie Cleland? Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Jamie Cleland.
Correct.
Citation I have alleges that on or about August 18th of 2022, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty of conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll have Mr. Heck on your behalf, and he will represent you throughout the course of the case, should you call.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Cleland, the plea of not guilty simply preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court as directed. Pretrial will be October 6th, 10 o'clock in the morning. And we'll have you sign off on that. And the you'll be able to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your right.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clone, thank you. Dwayne Erickson. Dwayne Allen Erickson in the court. Does not answer. Foley and Ferguson. Does not answer. But Calvin Goodman. David Green. Kaz Holiday. Good afternoon, Mr. Holiday. Good to see you. Glad you kept your word. Full name, Kaz Dwayne Holiday. Yes, sir. Mr. Holiday, the citation I have alleges that on or about June 28th, 2022, committed the offense of theft third degree, criminal trespass first degree. Both of those charges are what they call gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney? Yes, sir. I'll appoint Mr. Havergo to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case if you qualify. He'll talk to you about that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would stipulate to probable cause on both charges and ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on each.
Mr. Holiday, a plea of not guilty has been entered. Your rights are preserved. Matters set for a pretrial on October 6th. We'll see you back here then. I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window to your right out there. Okay? All right, thank you. And we'll want you to sign off on the order as well. Mr. Holiday, thank you for appearing. Next would be Amanda Anne Marie Guestis. Does not appear. How about Shane Iverson? Does not appear. Kevin Jones. Good afternoon. Is your full name Kevin John Jones Jr.?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about August 3rd, 2022, you committed the offenses of criminal trespass second degree and it looks like disorderly conduct referred to as offenses in public. Those are misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney to represent you in this matter?
He is, Your Honor.
I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you, Mr. Jones, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case if you're indigent and qualified.
Would stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea to both charges.
Mr. Jones, your rights have been protected by a plea of not guilty. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. That'll be October 6th at 11 a.m.
Yeah, it's working.
Actually, I'm using this.
Well, you'll get my contact information if you have a number. I can reach you out, leave a message.
Mr. Mr. Jones, don't forget to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. All right. Yeah. Oh, sure. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Jamie Koski. Well, as long as you're here to help somebody, why don't we take that matter now? Go up, tell me who you're gonna help and we'll take that matter now. Mr. Nielsen,
Bradley Nielsen.
is your full name Bradley Paul Nielsen? Yes, sir. Mr. Nielsen, the citation I have alleges in honor about August 6, 2022. You committed the offense of theft third degree. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on the conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney? Yes. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he will at this time enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of your case.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Nielsen, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial, and I will in a moment sign an order to that effect. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble, and of course, stay in touch with your attorney. Okay? Any questions at all?
So we need your signature here. Okay, sign that pad.
Pretrial is October 6th, 11 a.m. Unless you have any questions, that concludes the matter. You're free to leave at this time. And I want you to go with your assistant there to get a copy of today's order. And we'll see you back here in October. You take care of yourself. Again, Jamie Koski in the courtroom. Jamie Koski. How about Michael Joseph Lovers? Mr. Livers, I apologize if there's a way a name can be mispronounced, I'm going to do it. So I apologize. Is your full name Michael Joseph Livers?
Yes.
Citation I have alleged of honor about August 23rd, 2022. You committed the offense of theft third. Theft third is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. If are you asking for a court-appointed attorney? I'll have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll talk to you about representation throughout the course of your case. Mr. Haverco?
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Delivers a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Preserves your rights. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. That'll be October 6th, at 10 o'clock in the morning. What I want you to do is sign off on today's order. We're going to give you a copy of that before you leave, and I guess we'll see you back here in October.
Thank you.
Members, thank you for appearing. Take care, and again, get a copy of today's order before you leave. Take care. Is Jeffrey Mead here? Jeffrey Mead. How about Javier Morales? Is your name Javier Emilio Morales?
Yes.
If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. But Mr. Dilley, you may have a motion in this case. You're muted. Mr. Dilley, you're muted. I can't, again, you're muted. I can't.
There we go. How's that?
That's perfect.
City moves to, and this is the matter, of course, of Jeffrey Mead. City's moving to dismiss number 25 and amend 26 to Noval, second degree, recommend $150 fine.
This is Mr. Morales.
Morales, sorry. Then simply same motion, amend to Noval, second degree, and recommend $150 fine.
Morales, what happened here is, you may not have heard earlier, the city's amended the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. The difference is this: criminal offense, you could go to jail. It's possible. Right. Civil infraction, it's a fine only, no possibility of any jail. You don't plead guilty to a civil offense. You admit it or deny it. If you admit that you didn't have a license on your, a valid license on your person with ID, that's I'll assess a $150 fine, and that'll conclude the matter. Any questions about what I just said?
No.
What do you want to do?
Oh,
Question I have is, do you know what to do to get your license back?
yes, I'm actually in the middle of doing that.
Perfect. We live in a world where you got to be able to drive legally in order to just function at all. That's yeah. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. Get that reinstated as quick as you can.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Mr. Rouse, hold on a sec. I've got to sign an order. Setting that, set your payments at 25 a month if that works. Okay. If there's a problem making the fine payments, I don't want your license reinstated, just let us know and we can deal with it.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes me longer to electronically sign something than it does to just do it the way I grew up doing it. But right. I've now done that. I want you to get a copy of that at the window to your right out the courtroom. And if you have any questions, give us a call.
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck getting reinstated.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Letitia Penn. Letitia Penn. Does not answer. How about Chandra Ray Pesca? Does not answer. How about Sarah Richards? Thank you for showing up. Is your full name? Sarah, middle initial A, Richards.
Yes.
Ms. Richards, the citation I have, and the city may have a motion on this as well. You're cited for driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree, and that happened back on it looks like August 20th.
Yes, Your Honor. City moves to amend the charge from Gibelis third to Noval second degree, recommend a $150 fine.
Any question about what just happened? City's amended to a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, it's $150 by way of fine, which you can pay for at the rate of $25 a month. Or you can always deny that you committed the infraction and have it set for what they call a contested hearing. Any questions about anything I just said?
I think I'm gonna, well, I guess I'll accept it.
You probably shouldn't guess in a courtroom.
Yeah.
If Mr. Averco's your public defender, if you have any hesitation or question about what you do here, do you want a moment to talk to him? If you admit the infraction,
Yeah.
it's 150 at 25 a month.
Yes.
And perhaps, you know, the most important thing is, do you know what you need to do to get your license back?
Yeah.
I'd make that a project in life.
Okay.
Richards, I've signed the order. It looks like I'm going to guess based on your record, but you might want to do is consider talking to a bankruptcy attorney if you're interested in getting your license reinstated. I can't tell you what to do, but it's my advice to you to, you know, if you don't get started, you're never going to get there.
Right.
So, good luck to you.
Thank
Get
you.
a copy of today's order at the window outside to the right, and best of luck to you.
You too, thank you.
I know Paul Harvey Scott is not here, nor was he expected to be here. How about Brian Smith? Brian Smith does not answer. Louis Squally is here. Good afternoon. It's been a while. Louis, I trust you've been well. The citation I have alleges that on or about August 9th, 2022, you committed the offense of disorderly conduct. That's a simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty upon conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Anything changed about your financial situation? I'll appoint Mr. Averco to represent you in this case. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf.
I'll stipulate to probable cause as the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered. We'll set it for a pre-trial and now I'm going to urge you to make sure you show up for court in the future. Don't want to issue warrants for people's arrest. And if you have a problem getting to court, it's easy to just give us a call or give Mr. Averco a call, and that's pretty easy to do to get a case set over. As long as we stay in touch with you and you stay in touch with us, that'll be all right. Next court date is October 6th. Mr. Swally, good to see you, and we'll see you then.
All right.
Why don't you get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the.
Wait a second.
You take care and have a good day.
And you need to sign. Just wait a second. There we go. Go ahead and sign the pad.
Well, good luck to you. I've now signed that. Should be available for you right now. Amber Sullivan does not answer. Abigail Tate does not answer as well. How about Jenna White? Gary Woods? Mr. Woods, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, are you?
So far, so good. Full name Gary Mark Woods.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Woods is here for driving while suspended and revoked in the third degree, if I'm reading this correctly. City moves to amend that charge to no vol second degree, recommend a $150 fine. Is there something else going on with Mr. Woods that there was a $1,000 bond posted?
He did post a bond, and at the time, there were other issues that were
Okay,
that needed to be dealt with, but nothing we need to concern ourselves with.
perfect.
Mr. Woods, I hope everything is straightened out with other matters. What happened here is the charge is amended to the civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 fine. If you don't, you can set it for a contested hearing. That's.
I'm gonna go ahead and say I did it.
Pardon?
I'm gonna go ahead and say I did it.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Sign an order. I'm fining you $150. You can pay that at $25 a month. The order's been signed. You can get a copy by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your immediate right. So, Mr. Woods, good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
You too.
And last would be Larry Young. Pardon? Oh, okay, and you are? Come on up and have a seat.
I did it, Your Honor.
Hey, you're here.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
I am here.
You're Calvin Frank Charles. Good.
Yes, sir.
Citation I have alleges that on or about May 30th of 2022, you committed the offense of theft third. Theft third's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you at this time. He'll enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Goodman, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We're going to set it for a pretrial. That's going to have attorney contact information on the face of the order.
Okay.
Stay in touch with that. And law-abiding behavior, of course, is always the condition.
Do you have a way to reach out?
Goodman, again, get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to the right. Em, are you here with Mr. Goodman, or do you have a minute?
She's a.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. That's it.
That is it. Mr. Goodman, you take care of yourself.
Okay.
We'll see you back here in October.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Good day now.
Hey, you too. Take care. And Mr. Dilly, with that, we'll go off record. We have, well,
All right.
I think we have more warrants than,
More warrants than arraignments today?
oh,
Yeah.
I had a lot of people and none of them promised without fail. If I had a nickel for every one of them today that promised me, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Go off record.
All right, everybody. Well, have a great September.
Brent, stay well, take care, and we'll see you next time around.
Sounds good. Talk to you later.
Go back on record for the 1 o'clock no-shows on the arraignment calendar. The first one I have, and I'm not real positive about, is Ryan Averill. There was some indication that I had done something, but it doesn't look like I had. Did find probable cause on him. 2,500 cash or bond. Probable cause for theft third. Next one I have would be Jamie Baker. We'll leave the warrant on docket number 4. I did find probable cause for the new theft third on docket number 5, the August 17th. So 2,500 cash or bond on that one. Next would be Lisa. Thanks. Lisa Carey. Next page, Lisa Michelle Carey, find probable cause for theft third on her. 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Dwayne Erickson, docket number 12. Probable cause was previously found for DDoS third and no ignition interlock. 2,500 cash or bond. And after that would be Polly and Ferguson. On the docket number 13, DDoS third, amend that to no vol 2 and FTA it. And on docket number 14, no insurance, FTA that and the expired registration. Next would be David Green, probable cause previously found for criminal trespass 1 and theft third degree, 2,500 cash or bond. After Mr. Green, Amanda Huestis. What now? And she's the one that called. Okay. I fairly aggravated case, but on the record, since you did call, reset with notice. After Huestis, Jeannie Koski. Amend DDoS third to Noval 2 and FTA it. Mr. Lubers did appear. Docket numbers 23 and 24, pages 21 and 22. Dismiss docket number 23. 24, plea of not guilty was entered. That was the attorney one. The next one actually would be Penn. Latusha R. Penn, docket number 29. And she's also number 30, theft third. Find probable cause for both. 2,500 on the budget. Yeah, total. Oh, what's easiest? 1,500 for each. As long as we have to do 2 of them. And after 10, Chandra Pesca. Probable cause was previously found on that case. 2,500 reissue. Actually, I did find probable cause on Latusha Penn, but I just forgotten about that. After Pesca, Paul Harvey Scott. If we need an order, we can prepare one and sign one, but I think on my own motion, just dismiss those. He's back in on a new charge and Brian Smith, docket number 34, find probable cause for DDoS third on him, 2,500 cash bond. And after that, Amber Sullivan. Docket number 36, amend that charge to no ball 2 and FTA it. And after that would be Abigail Tate. Probable cause again, previously found, 2,500 cash or bond. On Jenna White, probable cause, yes, 2,500 cash or bond. This is the one where I got the phone call in the middle of the night saying, hey, the jail won't medically book her. Is it okay? The officer said, I'm going to have to sit at the hospital until she's medically cleared, and that's the rest of the night, and I'm the only one on duty. So I said PR with the court date. So, but 2,500 cash or bond. And then, of course, Larry Young is the last one. Find probable cause for criminal trespass first degree. 2,500 cash or bond. It looks like a bail's been posted on his behalf. Let's forfeit the bail with the usual notices to the Aladdin, which will be very happy to hear the news. And these are the no-shows. Boy, one more to talk about, and that is our 2:30. It being 3:15 or thereafter. Mr. Lovejoy did not appear, having asked for a contested hearing. FTA that at the statutory bail amount, which is $475. $475 if I recall correctly. Which given today isn't likely.